coming back. I hope you didn't get annoyed yesterday in the full day meeting, so we are trying to bother you again this morning and answer your questions. Zoran Grubica, who is the Chief Measurer of ORC, will run mainly the show this morning. But as we set up yesterday, this is a meeting where the agenda was a tentative agenda, and we would like to help you solve any problem you have while running our ORC races here in Greece. So let's have a good session this morning. Then we have, I think, Stratis, a lunch break at 12:30. Okay. And then we are done. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, again. As said yesterday, this presentation is a bit long. It's 107 slides because it's mainly really intended for the fully measurement seminar when we are doing this and explaining to measure how to measure the boat and teaching and discussing. I may go a little bit faster on some slides, and I will focus on what may be interesting for you as a sailors race organizers to understand how the measurement working. Again, stop me whenever you want. Put the questions. I'm here to answer. Particularly Bavaria 36. Don't worry. I checked the boat during the night just to know if there is something, you know. Sorry, joking. Okay, so what is the measurement? Measurement is basically the fundamental part of any rating system. We are measuring both characteristics affecting air performance, and the international measurement system is set of the rules that defines and how is measured on the boat. So since 2007, we actually split the rules into two parts. It's called Blue Current Book. The one that is defining how to measure something is IMS, while ORC is rating how we are using these measurements to calculate the rating of the boat. And this presentation is about the EMS. And basically, by using IMS, you can measure basically everything. I mean, we put the boat, we have 3D shape of the hull, we have rig, we have sails, propeller, and all together when we measure, we put in a computer, and the computer will tell us how fast boat can go in different wind conditions. So the rules that we are looking, as said, the main rules for the measurements is the Blue Book IMS, and then we have ORC rating rules that are telling us how something on the boat also can be used, how we are calculating the ratings, but also there are some rules that are telling you how you can set up your sails, what you can do, what you cannot do. And in addition, we are also using racing rules of sailing, and because there are some rules that also defines what you can do. For example, usual question is, can I have the outrigger? Maybe I can come later to this, but an outrigger is not allowed by the racing rules of sailing. However, the whisker pole, the one that is connected to the mast and has a clue, is allowed. And the outrigger for the moment is not allowed, even though we had some submission, and maybe we will investigate in the future how we can update the aero model to also to address this. Generally, by the rule, is not allowed, but the class rules may change this. And then there is equipment rules of sailing, which is set of world sailing definition of different measurements and how we measure something, and we are trying to follow equipment rules of sailing as much as we can. There are some modifications, particular for the offshore boats, but this is making easier for a measurer who knows who were measuring before the sails on any other classes, small classes, simply to apply the same principle in measurement of the small classes and the big boats. This is generally instructions for the measurers. Be familiar with the rules, take your care about equipment, and always record, write your measure without calculations. So many times the problem in the measurements are coming not just because you do the wrong measurements, it's come because you misprint a number. And for some reason, you need to be very, strict. And we are also providing the software, basically that is the same software that rating officers are using, that I may call IMS editor, where all the measurements can be entered and then sent directly to the rating office. people are always asking me, so how we are measuring? Well, fortunately, for this part of the world, we are in a metric system. We don't need to deal with feet and inches. Trust me, when I hear this, I'm completely lost with these things. But what we are doing, we are taking all measurements to the 3 decimal places, basically to the millimeter, except the sales are up to the centimeter. So when you are measuring your spinnaker pole or P measurement or something, normally we are measuring up to the millimeter. And that's how it's entered. And weights are in the kilograms to 1 decimal place when we have the weights for something. So when we have the measurement, we can generate ORC International and ORC Club certificate, as you probably know. ORC International is made from data taken from all measurements. So basically everything needs to be measured. While ORC Club you can measure, declared by the owner, taken from other source, and taking from the including photos, drawings, or data of similar boats. Normally, the ORC Club should give less favorable rating, because all the items that are not measured are taken by some defaults that are, let's say, in the direction of getting your rating faster. And the principle is the more you measure, the better and more accurate rating. I would not say better or favorite, the more accurate rating you are getting. So the idea is, we were also talking yesterday even about light certificate. It's very basic. Then you start, measure your boat with ORC Club, and measure your boat later for ORC International. This is maybe for the point of the race managers and also to understanding what is complying with the certificate. In the one design world, it's very easy, because you may say that one measurement can be between, I don't know, 5 and 5.1 meters. You have minimum and maximum. If you are on 499, this means that you does not comply with your certificate. However, in a rating world, we cannot set up the tolerance on the single measurements. We can set up the tolerance on the effect of these measurements to the final rating. So we said that all measured, declared, or recorded values shall be as close as possible to those on the certificate. Differences are allowed only if the values on the certificate give a faster rating. So again, we are not checking single measurements. We are checking how that change of the single measurement is affecting your rating. And I will show you a couple of steps after how we do this. The sail area shall be the smaller or equal to that printed on the certificate. Currently, we are rating the largest of mainsail, the headsail set on the forestay, the headsail set flying, symmetric spinnaker and asymmetric spinnaker, and those asymmetric spinnakers with less than 85% ratio of the midgird to the foot. As we were showing yesterday, also this on the sailor services. Why this is the question is why this specific spinnaker very with 85 less than 85% is needed. This is simply because the VPP, when you are looking the effect of this spinnaker, there is a double run. That sail is something, let's say, in between the headsail set flying and a spinnaker. So that sail that has less than 85%, it has a double run in the VPP. One is a headsail set flying and one is a spinnaker, and then the fastest is taken into calculation. Because this is the sail that probably can be used in much upwind angles, as we were looking yesterday. But the one that we were looking yesterday was actually still headsail set flying much flatter than this 85%. There are two items that are declared by the owner. Yesterday I said that we take out this mass jack pump of this. So basically the crew weight and use of asymmetric spinnaker tacked on the center line. These are the two items that are declared by the owner, and they will not go into the check of this is very simple. So if you have your crew weight declared, you cannot be above. Even for 1 kilo, this is not a question of checking the compliance and on rerunning the certificate. And of course, if you declare that you are tacking your spinnaker only asymmetric only on the center line and you tack it on the pole, then again it's infringement of the rule. So these are the two items that are declared by the owner. And about the crew weight, we are in the championship checking the crew weight every day after the race for the boat selected. And basically, the question always is, do we need to run to take the weight? The answer is very simple. It's the owner who declare. So if you always can declare a margin to be sure that you're on the safe side. I'm not saying that you can do 20 kilos, 50 kilos, but always it's the owner who declare the crew weight. So how we check the certificate, the compliance with certificate? When there is any measurement protest or anything that we believe that something is wrong with the certificate or check or something, so we simply take the new measurements and we rerun the certificate with the new measurement. Then we compare resulting APH of the new certificate with existing one. If the difference is less than equal than 0.1% in APH, no penalty and everything is okay. So this is the limit that we are accepting. If the difference is more than 0.1% but less or equal than 0.25%, the new certificate is issued. There is no penalty, but there is new certificate issued, and all the races of the series shall be rescored using the new data. Yes, all the previous races. And I can tell you, we had this many times. We find this on the championship. This is the the range of the tolerance you can accept, but we found both with this. We rescored the races, and I can tell you, in 21, the first one after Corona in Naples, we actually the winner of the long distance race, instead of being first, came to second place because of recalculation of the certificate. If the difference is more than 0.25 but less than 0.40, then the penalty shall be 50% score of DNF. It's very hard penalty, as you can see. Again, you can recalculate all the races with a new certificate. And if it is more than 0.40%, then the difference is disqualification in any race that rating was, and the boat shall not race again until is in compliance with certificate. When we are checking the boats and when we are doing this, comparison, first of all, we need really to understand where is the problem. Sometimes, if, for example, if the rating was wrong, not through the fault of the owner, because we have a declaration on the rating officer, we misprinted some number or something, we need to understand. So I'm always saying, when we do on the championships, first we need to collect all the data to understand and then to decide how to proceed and where to protest. Obviously, whenever we find something that is more than 0.1%, frankly, last year we had a couple of cases where unfortunately we found that the problem was not with the owners. The problem was because you simply start investigating how was the previous certificate, and then we got confirmation from the rating officers that yes, there was something wrong in the measurement or something. The other thing is that I'm always saying, whenever there is some mistake found, always please correct it, either as an ask rating officer. Do not try to close your eyes and mean nothing will happen. I know the situation that in some boat in the offset file, unfortunately, had by stupid mistake 1 point that was remained in the offset file, and that was basically making mistake that the draft of boat was much higher than it should be, and the boat for some reason got too good rating, and race organizer said, we will not make it, then people will start talking about just leave it like this, and then of course when you say like this, then you have a problem. Then absolutely there is no problem, mostly for the rating officers and even for the measurers. If you find the mistake, correct the mistake. If you find that something is strange, if you look the certificate and say, there are two boats and one identical boats and one has 2 meters higher P, and that you see that boats, then maybe some mistake. And what we are trying to do is to clean up the database and to have as correct as possible data. And this is almost everyday work, particularly talking about offset files. I will show you later how this looks, because our system is based on the data starting from 40 years ago. The way how we are now measuring it and the methods and that we had 40 years is slightly different. So we are trying to keep to update always the quality of our database. Okay, so how we measure the hull? We need basically to get 3D shape of the hull. Mostly some other rating system, you simply take, there is length of overall and the length of waterline, and by the way, length of waterline is something that absolutely there is no way to get accurately measured, because it's almost impossible to swim around the boat and to find where the waterline is touching the hull. However, once we have the hull defined in a 3D model, we can measure the freeboards and know exactly how the boat is floating in the water. So it's not, by having the information about the hull, is not about length or length of waterline while sailing, but we are getting displacement, wetted surface, volume distribution, and for example, we are getting this water plane coefficient for a XR41 that caused all the problems. So once we have this hull measurement, we have created an offset file, which our coordinating system is X, Y, Z. Obviously, X is longitudinal, with 0 at the stem as a foremost point, Y transverse with 0 at the center line, and Z axis vertical above the with 0 at the waterline. Currently there are options that we are using 3D scanner, and this has become now almost the standard, and it is available, I would say, more and more. I think during the year we process roughly 200, 175, 200 new offset files every year. And as much as maybe before was a little bit more complicated, nowadays it's really, you can find these devices, you don't need it. Yesterday we were talking, probably it's really not needed to be buy it, because it's easier to rent it and do the job. And also every couple of years there is new model coming out, and even if you buy it, it may be that in 2 years it will already be old. The other option is to use the total station, with the difference is that in that case, instead of getting 3D scan, we are going with the instruments and picking up exactly the points that we would like to have in our offset files. The difference is that 3D scanning, the work on the measurement itself can take you 1.5 hours, while total station we need to take you probably 6-8 hours working on the boat. There is more post-processing with the 3D scanning, but fortunately we have now the team who is dealing with this, and we have one person dedicated for processing all the clouds. And the other thing with the total station is that you need to have both properly leveled, and which sometimes can be a problem, because if the boat is hilled on one side, you can have the wrong calculation. And up to late 1990s, there was special designed HMI measurement, which I know that some of these exist somewhere in the world, but still are not, for sure, are not used. But we have some offset files measured with this. How we are doing the 3D scanning? Here's the one example. What is important in this scan? The whole story about the scanning. You can basically scan whatever you want, but what is for us important to have marked the points from where we are measuring the freeboard points. We are marking this to putting this, we call checkerboard, because the scanner can recognize the point of intersection, the center of this checkerboard, and then we can measure offset, or we can then identify the point from which we will measure the boats in the water. Many times people are saying, I have scanned my boat for some other purposes, forever. If we don't have these points identified, unfortunately that scan is then useless. Because when we put the boats and we measure from some point, If this is different from what we have, then all the calculations will be wrong. So this is how it's done with the total station. So you put some targets and you go exactly on the stations that we want to measure. As said, can be done, but I know that it was done even by some measurers here, but will take much more time. Yes, it will take less time processing to get the final product, but also you need to have the boats properly leveled. While in a 3D scan, frankly, doesn't matter the position of the boat, because once we have the cloud in the software, we can rotate the boat and center the boat. We can do whatever we want. This is the results that we are getting. This is the hull offset file. I need to be clear here that these offset files are available to the rating officer, those who are making certificates. However, they are also protected by the intellectual property of designer, and no others can get this. I know that the question is, sometimes designers are already unfortunately passed away or something, but legally there is someone who is the owner of the intellectual property. When the measurer is going, I will show you, the rating officer is giving him information where to measure the freeboards, but the hull offset file as such is only available to the rating officers. So once we have this hull defined in the offset file, there are the freeboard points. These are in the points from which we are measuring the freeboards and from which we are determining how the hull is floating in the water. These points are different for different offset files, because they are selected by the measurer who is scanning the boat. Normally, in I would say 99%, the aft one we always go at the beginning of the transom, while forward one we will try to set somewhere where it can be clearly identified and where it cannot be obstructed by the pulpit, by stanchion or something. So we need to be sure that where is this point. When the measurer is going to measure, he gets this information from the rating office, which defines longitudinal position on the center line for the forward and for the aft. This is this SFFP forward. Over the center line and perpendicular, you find the point on the shear line. The point on the shear line can be anywhere, basically. It can be documented, and we are also documenting this with the pictures to know where it is. So when we have this rounded shear line, then we are looking for the 45 degrees to that point. If we have chine, then we can go here. If we in some specific cases like this, the freeboard point is exactly defined here on the corner, which can be easily identified, or it can be even on the center line in case that we need only one freeboards, not two freeboards measurement. We just measure it in the center line. For the freeboards measurement, so boats shall be in the measurement trim. Freeboards shall be measured in the calm conditions without waves, with boat floating freely without any pressure on the mooring lines. And my recommendation always here is do it properly or don't do it. So if you see the conditions outside now, we will probably not be able to measure the freeboards. Depending on the different part of the vaults, you may want to do this in the morning or very light in the evening. I now remember the championships when we were doing the checks at the midnight or something like this, and that's the fact that you need calm water. And I will show you later the special design tools that we have for this. But if you have too much waves, obviously it's not easy to measure. How the boat should be prepared for the measurement. Light ship conditions without crew. Basically, let's say the easy explanation is turn the boat upside down, everything that falls up goes out. So out you go with safety equipment, personal items, sails, ropes, anchors, chains. So basically what is included is internal ballast, batteries, fixed interior accommodation, fixed machinery, outboard engine in position when racing mass, boom, spinnaker pole. So basically, the other explanation is also probably the conditions when you get the boats just coming from the shipyard. This is how it's done. I am telling this also because from the experience when we do the checks on the championships, sometimes I'm finding that I'm wondering always why we are finding slightly lighter boats, but I'm afraid that this is simply because we are very careful in emptying the boat. Sometimes, you may have a measurer who is going, it's okay that you do this. And usually the problem is that you have conditions, good, and the wind is coming. You want to do it as fast as possible, so let's do it. And I have to admit that it happened to me that unfortunately I had a friend of mine who was calling me measure my boat. I measured the boat, and I asked him, "Did you empty the tanks and everything?" I checked the boats. I measured. I put the numbers, and I said something is too much here. And then he said, yeah, I forgot to empty the water tank." And then so, okay, well, let's do it again. So that's the things. And unfortunately, I'm always saying double check everything, open every many times you can find, it happened to me, you just find the storm sail below the bunk in the forward cabin, and then obviously is actually affecting the trim. So it is quite important to be sure that boat is in the measurement trim. While we do the measurement, on the measurement we are recording the measurement inventory. We are recording ballast with a fixed ballast or movable ballast with a water ballast. So tanks and other items. Measurement inventory is the list, is the record of what was on the boat when we measured. It doesn't really affect the rating, because if there is anything different, then you first need obviously to check the freeboards, and you will see if something was on the boat or taken out. But it is he's printed on a certificate, simply the record that can be used for a simple check before doing freeboards or something, because if it is written here that the boat has almost 700 kilos of ballast, and you come to the boat and you are not finding this ballast or something, then you know there is a problem. But again, this is information only, and to find how much this is affecting, the proper measurements of the freeboard should be done. So the freeboard measurements, as said, check with the rating officers. So whoever is measuring needs to know where the freeboard points are. And then we have these special tools designed for the 45 degrees. I don't know how much you want to go into these details. This is really for the measurers how to know how to mark it. What I wanted to tell you here, that the normal tolerance on the freeboard measurement should be within the 1 to up to 2 millimeters in the measurements, which for the average boat can be, depending on the side of the boat, we can talk about 1 millimeter. By the way, it's reported on the certificate, can go from 15 to 20 kilos in 1 millimeter. So when you are measuring the boat with the freeboards and with the scale weight, the tolerance of freeboard measurements is probably the same as the tolerance of the scale. If correctly measured, freeboards and scale weight will give you almost exact numbers in 99% of the cases. And we had many times when we had some problems understanding why the boat is heavier, and then we said, okay, scan the boat, do everything, and we were comparing the weight, scale weight with the freeboards, displacement calculating for the freeboards, and we get almost perfect number within the 10 kilos on a couple of tons. So this is this device, this design that we pick up the point from which we can measure, and then with this device we measure the difference in height between these 2 points, and then we measure the freeboard from the point when we can put the measurement tape. Also, we have this special tool designed You see, I don't know how you see it on this picture, but basically it's a tube, transparent, with a measurement tape inside. And when you put it in the water within the tube has much less movement than the water out of the tube. So even if conditions are never perfect, because the water is always doing something, with this device you can follow the height of the water within the tube and then read on the measurement tape exactly the value of the freeboard. The option is also to measure with the hard measurement tape, but then it's always tricky to find where you are touching the water or not touching the water. Nowadays, this device is actually designed by one of my friends and senior measurers in Croatia, and I think that at least probably a couple of or almost hundreds are now around the world somewhere. The other hull measurements we have is hull construction that can be sort, call it light or carbon. Rudder construction, if there is standard or carbon, or light material like titanium or carbon in the stanchions elements. So this is about the hull. Normally, the appendages of the hull, let's say the keel and fixed rudder in the center line, are part of the offset file. However, those that are added, like more we have, like a twin rudders, we can add the DSS, the foils and things that are measured separately. Mostly we can get it by actual measurement of couple of thickness and chord, or even we can take it like DSS, particular things like this from the 3D file of designer, and then verify that with the main dimensions. This is important that you know that we can basically put anything on the boat. Nowadays we have these boats that are coming, like I'm calling it Swiss knife, with all these different appendages. We can have bilge board canard, we can have this DSS foils, and even T-foils. Even on the multi-hulls we can have the rudders with the T-shape and things like this. We can also then record the appendages of the rotating above the single transverse axis with any maximum angle of rotation. And in addition, for the centerboard, we record the weight and elevation of the center of gravity of the centerboard, or we can also add the presence of trim tab. So freeboard measurements for ORC International are mandatory and always done simultaneously together with the inclining test, and we will show you later how inclining test is done. For ORC Club, freeboard measurements is performed only with the offset files approved for ORC International. So just also to explain, normally there are, we call it green or confirmed offset files, or blue that were being used in the past. For the club boats, if we do not have the offset file, we can start from the closest boat and let's say make some closest approximation of the hull. But however, such offset file is never used for the freeboard measurement, because obviously if this is not correct, it will be giving you the wrong displacement calculation. The current database, I think we have probably more than 25,000 offset files. Big majority is verified and controlled, and the more we are, this is the almost everyday job that we are checking the offset files and trying to improve the quality of the database. And also here, when we get people are always asking me, but why you need all this scan and things like this, why you cannot simply get the 3D file from designer and use? Because it all goes around these 4 freeboard points. Designer can probably provide us the 3D file that accurately describes the shape of the hull, but if you don't have these freeboard points correctly marked in the file and on the boat, your freeboard calculation, displacement calculation will be completely wrong. And I think a couple of 2 or 3 years ago, we required that all the international certificates boats needs to be really scanned and measured, because simply it was unfortunately proved that the calculations were wrong. Because when designer is designing the shape of the hull, they mostly don't care about the height of the shear line, and this is what is most important for us. For them in design, it's important to know underwater part, and this what is going. Yes. Yeah. When we scan the boat, we mark exactly in the scan the points on which we are measuring freeboards. If he provide us the offset, the 3D file, we don't have these points, and we just simply start measuring, and instead of, I don't know, 4 tons, 4,200 kilos, we get 4,600 kilos, for example. Because the height of the points that is marked, that is not marked, it's giving you the wrong results. Yeah. It from no, it is okay. It's not a problem if it is from designer, and if the freeboard more points are not marked correctly in designer files, we will get wrong, not faster or slower. We will get a wrong calculation. We may have both heavier or lighter, doesn't matter, depends. So this is, that's why we said that for international, and particularly as I said, now the 3D scan is affordable and available. It's not really a big problem. E- Yes, yes. In fact, we are doing like this, that we are have the constant process of the cleaning of the database. How this works? Pick up the design, doesn't matter, was maybe. Then we go to the database and we see, we have 5 or 6 of different scans, or because in the past was doing something good, bad. Then we say, okay, first of all, is there any of these offset file that we can say by the eye this is correct and this is accurate, this measurement? Then we agree, okay, this one is correct, and use this one as the master file for the hull part. Then we can change different appendages. And also I can say that for any type of the boat, we can update appendages from the 3D file, because appendages are not related to the freeboard points. Once we have hull measured, and there is a shallow keel, there is 3 keel versions, shallow draft, the fin keel, L keel, whatever, we can get this, but then the measurer needs to verify, okay, yes, this is that main dimensions of that keel as such. Yeah, you want to?
Certificates. Sorry.
Yeah.
If the hulls are verified, how do we?
This can be seen by the rating officer who is issuing certificate. Because of that confidentiality that I was mentioning before. But the rating officer, in this case Panayotis, that he obviously knows very good, and he can tell you, your boat has a problem, unfortunately you want international, sorry, we need to scan your boat, or we need to. The good thing is that once one standard boat is scanned everywhere in the world, if we know that this is standard production boat, then you can use that offset file. If we are talking about one-off, you need to scan it. That's
yes, yeah, this is what I'm asking. It is a production boat, so how can we see if the offset file is verified by you, not
by the rating office, by
the
rating officer? Yeah, we are trying to work. I'm trying as much as we can to work with the shipyards and telling them, guys, when you have the new production boats, please call us. As ORC, we come and scan the boat, and we get this offset. Sometimes with some productions or some builders, we can have good cooperation, and some unfortunately say doesn't care, and say, okay, find the owner who will scan the boat for his measurement. I know that in Slovenia I was doing this first 36, first 24, the Seascape factory. We were there in 3 days. We scanned, or 2 days we scanned all their boats, different versions, and it's, for example, quite good cooperation. At some point we were also working also before with XYAS, regardless of all these things, but they are actually quite cooperative, and we are working with different designers when we need different kill versions or something. Again, there are designers who are cooperative and there are those who are, but it's always the question. The good is once we measure one boat, that is then the rest. Yeah. Yeah. Once we scan one boat, that offset file is used for all the boats coming from the same mold and that we know they are. Sometimes, unfortunately, we find, I think was a problem with a Landmark 43 or boats like this, that are only 10 boats built, but for some reason, or I remember, I don't know if you have this Justin 10 boat built in Slovenia, sometimes you have the shipyards that are not really building up to the standard production because the guy made the boat and then suddenly decide to hide the shear line for some reason of the connection, and then you realize again, if there is different height of the shear line, you are getting the different date. People are always asking me also many times why there is a problem. There is even IRC certificate, there is a scale weight, there is the displacement is giving me different numbers. There is no one answer or straightforward answer. When we have a problem like this, I always say, okay, let's get the information, what we have, okay, scale, when is measured, how is measured, in which conditions, how is measured displacement. Basically, what I'm always trying, if we have any doubts, try to measure scale weight and the freeboards at the same time, at the same conditions, because then we are comparing apple to apples, not apple to pears. It may be that something was wrong with the offset file. It may be that the scale weight was completely wrong for some reason, and also taking the scale weight of the boat is really not an easy task. Regardless of having the calibration of the scale and everything, it is simply the way. Do you have the single point? Do you have the cross guard, the square, and things like this? Yeah. Yes, because this is what we are getting from the freeboard measurements. Because once we have the freeboard measurements, we know exactly how boat is floating because we have forward and freeboard. Because this is exactly when you have the scale weight, you know the scale. But the boat of the same weight can float like bow down, stern down, and things like this. And we are getting this from the freeboard measurements. Yes, but it all depends on how much and from boat to boat. I mean, it's you may think that when we are doing the club certificate with the input of displacement only, then the software will calculate. We call it pessimization routine instead of the optimization. Basically, the software is changing the trim to get the fastest rating. It will be mostly going with the bow down simply to reduce the wetted area of the boat. But if you want to check the effect on your trim on your boat, theoretically you can play with Sailor Services, but I would strongly recommend that to go through the designer or someone who can really do the proper calculation, because it is a bit more difficult, because you can change the freeboards, but you need to take the run and to keep the same displacement and things like this. You can do this. And you will see the difference in the different trim. And by the way, also, so when the boat is measured, as I said, is measured empty, but the amount of fuel is recorded. So when we are doing the checks, for example, on the championship or any regatta, you will never probably get exactly the same freeboards that are recorded, because you may have boats measured with 50 liters of fuel, and now you have check with 10 liters of fuel, and you will see the difference in the trim, but in the calculations that amount of fuel is deducted, so you can compare the numbers without the fuel, and this is how you know that. And really, when you measure the boats and the freeboards, when you have moved something on the boat forward or aft, you can clearly see the effect on the freeboards. And one thing that I'm always saying to measurer, if you are measuring the boat that that made some modification, the owner said, okay, I added 200 kilos of ballast. So you have previous certificate, you measure, you know that your displacement now should show 200 kilos more, 200, 190, or within the tolerance. If you get in different numbers, then something is wrong. Then you need to stop and trying to understand what is wrong. Any problems with this measurement, there is no straightforward answer. I'm always saying we need to analyze, we need to have which data we have, and we have in the certificate so much numbers that can always give us mathematically and logically what is strange. We can come back to the Skunica case 2016, when from the calculation of rating we found that boat was cheating, because simply starting from certificate before, during and after the championship, the only way to change the trim was that the boat had some tank, some weight on that position, that was not recorded or not known. Yeah. So this was about the hull. The propeller, what we are measuring, we have 4 types with the strut, shut drive, or exposed or not exposed, meaning with the strut or going just out of the keel trailing edge, or old version in propeller. Anything else that is outboard or retractable is no propeller. Propeller type is solid fold feathering. So for the RC Club is enough to define the propeller type and propeller diameter and propeller installation. For the RC International, there are a couple of measurements, now going around this. For these strut drives, we have some already standard production models where we can take some measurements, when then we need to just to measure the height below the hull and distance from the keel trailing edge. And I don't need to go now in all details, but this is for you to understand how many measurements we are taking around the propeller. And then additionally, we can record the presence of hydro generator. Stability inclining test is mandatory and always performed simultaneously with the freeboards measurements. For ORC Club, the inclining test is not mandatory, it's estimated by the VPP. The results of stability test gives both righting moment, vertical center of gravity, and limit of positive stability, from which stability index is calculated to determine the boat eligibility under the race according to the special regs. We are within the world sailing has kind of discussion for some time with our friends. Obviously, IRC is not measuring stability. I mean, technically and from the naval architecture point of view, the only way to address stability of the boat is to measure it. Absolutely no way that you can estimate or say, I mean, we can assume, but to get the number that is giving you stability of the boat is to have some kind of inclining test. Inclining test is a standard naval architecture procedure. It's applied for the big ships and also for the racing yachts. We have some procedure how it's defined, but if we want to see to define the eligibility, because stability index, I'm talking here about entering races category 3, it's already needed, but mostly for category 0, 1, and 2. IGN 600, which category is? It's free. It's free. Okay. With life raft. With life raft. Okay. So meaning that it's a 103. It's basically stability index, also limit of positive stability, and it's 110. It's so in some races, when you on races like this may accept ORC club, however, you may also need to verify that boat is eligible to the stability. Even it's not measured, the one thing that we would like really to now to do with also with world sailing is to create a database of all measured bows that you know that boats of that type has stability index within the range of that or that. If you are not on the border, then you don't have a problem. If you have the ORC club bow that you can see or a doubt that can pass with the stability, then the organizer may simply require both stability to be measured. Stability index is quite all the boats, for example, for Sydney Hobart are fully measured for this. The option is also that you get the ISO procedure from the naval architect, but on the end it was found that basically this is probably easier and sometimes cheaper to provide to perform the stability test as required by ORC. So how we are doing? I will go with a couple of slides to explain you. I don't know if you were probably present, or some of you, when your boat was measured, but basically, as said, we again are doing in the calm water. It is the same as I said for the freeboards. Do it properly or don't do it. We may use the manometer, the instrument with the water level, or ORC approved electronic inclinometer, which again one of the type that is mostly used around the world. It may be done by the pulse or by the boom. The system is exactly the same. The principle is basically very simple. We just need to heel the boat for up to 3 or 4 degrees on one side, and we know the weight needed to make that heel, and then we need to measure the heel and the right and the moment that caused that heel. So the angles we need is on one side is to 2 to 4 degrees. For bigger boats is even less. Even we are doing the inclining test even on the super yachts, which only requires much less angle to achieve. And then here's how we are doing. This is the box that we put on the boat. It's the electronic inclinometer, which goes to the computer and measure the angle. Or the other option is the old one, this water level, where you have the reservoir on one and gauge on the other side. Basically, the results using one or others will be exactly the same. The only problem, you need to be very accurate and monitoring and reading these numbers. But as said, nowadays we have this electronic inclinometer, which are almost standard and much easier and more accurate. Yeah. Doesn't matter, because we are measuring from one to other side, and frankly, no boat is floating always. Because when you measure the freeboards, you measure always port and starboard, and then take the average. And very often you even can get this because of some reason. Boats are not made to the tolerance polyester. It's then you have, for the standard production, there is toilet on one side, there are beds on the other side, the tanks are, so it doesn't matter. But what we are doing, we are making one on the other side, and we basically don't care about zero itself. And I think that in all boats that I measured, I had only one case that I was get exactly the same port and starboard, and was Grand Soleil 42 kind of racing boat, completely empty, and this was like this. So what we are doing with the boom inclining, we put the boom out, and then we measure the angle. This is the output of the software, call it spaghetti line, but it's very straight spaghetti because the conditions, as you can see, were quite good, very good, and then the oscillation were very small. So we are measuring 4 times for 1 minute and taking the average. Then we add the weights, and then we measure again. So here we got the heel about 3 degrees on one side. Then we measure the distance. So this is how we put it. There are some measurements with the calculation or the options that we have the line here and measure directly with the measurement tape, because what we need to get is the distance from here to here. And then we put everything on the other side and repeat. And then this is the 2 options to measuring this weight distance. And then we measure the angle with the weights on another side. We again remove the weights and measure without weights. With the boom, total you need 16 measurements for 1 minute, and probably you need more time, and obviously you need all the time no wind and the good conditions. The boom is better definitely for the bigger boats because it's easier to move the weights. You know, for the 40-footer you need around 100 kilos. The bigger the boat, the more you weight may need. The pole, however, needs less time, but on the other hand needs 2 poles and needs the more space around the boat. So that's both are giving you exactly the same values because, as said, the principle is the same. We need the angle and we need the writing moment, how much was used to get to this angle. And so on the end, we are measuring the weights. So for the weights, we can use the jerry cans, fill up with the water. We can know how much, it's total weight. We can use lead. We can use weightlifting from the gym or whatever. Obviously, the problem is sometimes how big is, and every time when this measurements is done, again, you need to see how it's done, what is available, where to find the boat. It's always kind of, you need to adapt yourself to the conditions you have. With the poles inclining, so instead of having only one side, we immediately put 2 poles that can be just spinnaker poles, that can be poles, whatever you find. You put them together with the 2 ropes, 2 lines to be perpendicular to the center line, and the position where you put it is longitudinal center of flotation that is reported here on the certificate, either measured on the center line or directly from the foremost point to the shear line point. When you put it, you see we are using the boots or something simply to create the friction and to keep it on the boat. Yeah, and then people are always taking the pictures of there, so it's nice, So then you put the weights on one side, and then you just measure this. So here we don't have that measurement without weights. We are immediately putting the weights here. As you can see, the spaghetti lines here were probably a little bit more movement was here, and then we do the same thing on the other side. So we had 4 measurements on one side and 4 on the other side. Total is 8 minutes of measurement. The biggest thing here actually is preparation. It's not the measurement itself, but you need to empty the boat, to be sure that to put the poles and everything. You need probably to have the rib to go around and things like this. So more preparation than the measurement itself. And once you finish from both sides, then you put half of weight here, half of weight here, and measure this weight distance. And then on the end you measure the weights again. Additionally, for stability, the boats with the canting keel list is the average of the port and starboard. When you kill the cant on one side, how much boat will kill, and cant is how much you can cant your keel on port and starboard. That's the. I go now briefly to the rig measurements. So the rig measurements, we are measuring following the equipment rules of sailing, where our mast datum point is the shear line point at the foreside of the mast, and rigging point is attachment of the foresail to the mast or intersection of the extended foresail to the mast structure. So these are the only difference. The rest more or less follows the equipment rules of sailing. As you probably know, always, as I was briefly also talking yesterday, so for the mast measurement, we need to put these black bands, and then this black bands is up to which the mainsail can go up, and here is on the level of the boom. And this is something that what people are asking me, for the owners. If you have new mainsail or something, if you don't have this mainsail, then it's measured up to the sheave. But this is when you can, let's say, optimize your boat. This is what you can do. Double check that your sail is within this, because if you have 20 centimeters longer P, your sail area is bigger, but you can simply, just adjust it, go on the mast, put the mark. Normally the rules, I have to say that rules say that it should be painted in a different contrast colors, but mostly we know that it's at least there is a tape or something that's put on your mast. And the same applies to the boom, which is easier, much more. But on the other hand, you may go to the mast. Mast, when it's measured, it's better to be measured off the boat when possible. I mean, in the north, where they are keeping up the boat during the winter, taking the mast down, and there is always opportunity. In the Med, we are doing this less. But also, when you have new boat coming, I'm always saying that whenever there is a possibility, if it's completely new boat coming from the shipyard, obviously, before stepping up the mast, you take all the mast measurements, and then put the mast on the boat. So this is the P measurement, is the distance between the two marks. In the absence is the upper part of the halyard sheave. And this is so-called Park Avenue boats. Here, basically, instead of going to the top of the boom, we take the center line of the boom here to position the black band. Then we have the measurements of the forestay height and spinnaker height. This is where the forestay is crossing the foreside of the mast. And practically, I will show you later, we always measure this up to this point, and then we add this BIS. So this is the same thing for the spinnaker. As you know that you may have in your boat, if you have, let's say, top spinnaker and fractional spinnaker, you may record both, and you may record and say, I want to have this with the fractional halyard of the spinnaker, and obviously then you cannot have it. Use the other one. If you are using the other one again, then we will probably recalculate certificate, and this can make you the difference more than 0.1%. If there is any fitting or something that is limiting how high the spinnaker halyard may go, then we go up to here. So it's always, when we're on the boat, we measure always to that part, and then we add this part later. This is how we measure this BIS measurement. This is the position, this is the measurement that set up the whole rig plan vertically in relation to the boat. Basically, we put the string between the two lifelines, and then we measure one measurement here, one measurement here, take the average, and add this measurement. I mean, I'm going a little bit faster, as I said, through this, because it's purely for the measurement. If you want to follow exactly the details, the other option is that use a little bit of Pythagoras and measure strictly from here, and having these two triangles, we have this formula to calculate this BIS. Then we are taking the mast profile dimensions, so we are taking the mast length and width, longitudinal and transversal here, and on the top as well as the taper length if the mast is tapered. Then we are using this small measurements of understanding attachment of the forestay, because if it is there is outrigger or something that is used to attach the forestay, then we measure here and here. From this we actually can calculate where the forestay is crossing the foreside of the mast. E measurement again to the black band. If you don't have black band, you go to the maximum extended position. But again, these are the things that for the owners is always good to double check your black bands both on mast and on the boom. Boom depth is the maximum vertical boom cross section. And then we have to the J measurement. We probably all know JEP measurement. This is one of the most known. It's basically from the foreside of the mast to the point where the forestay is intersecting the deck. Sometimes people are, just by you go on to the foremost point of the hull, but no, J is always related to the position of the forestay. It can be measured as one measurement or in two steps as described here. The SFJ is then defines the measurement from the end of the J to the bow. If it is in front, it can be negative. Spinnaker pole, this we actually a couple of years ago also standardized and synchronized, agreed with the IRC in this way, because before it was measured that you need to put the spinnaker pole 90 degrees to the center line. We agreed that we should measure it on the same way from the foreside of the mast to the extremity of the spinnaker pole, and on the same way we are measuring the TPS, so the greatest distance for the attachment of the asymmetric spinnaker or headsail set flying. We may have more triangles if there are for a headsail set flying. And as I was mentioning before, the whisker pole. So the whisker pole is something that is attached to the mast and to the headsail clew, and is the same, measured on the same way from the mast to the extremity of the whisker pole. If you would have something that is attached here and then put outwards, this will not be currently allowed by the racing rules of sailing. No, outrigger are not allowed. Not allowed. I think that DLR30 as a class, when they say as a class, they are allowing these outriggers. But yeah, but currently, as we had a couple of submissions this year, but it was deferred to the study for the probably during this year. We will see if in 27 we will change something and maybe update. Mast weight is optional. This measurement is not required, but again, another thing that can, let's say, make your rating better, because if it's not measured normally, then it's the default taken that is pretty aggressive, I would say. It's always good if you measure your weight of the mast, you can get better rating. Of course, then you need the mast that is not on the boat. So this is what I said before. The best is if there is a new boat, before stepping up the mast, you take all the measurements, including weight of the mast. Mast can be weighted on the 1 point, or can measure then directly mast weight LCG, or can be weighted on the 2 points. That simply you have the 2 posts, and then you measure 1 weight here, move the scale here, 1 weight here, and from the distances you can then calculate the center of gravity. Yes. Yeah. Unfortunately, no. That's it, but let me put like this. Included in measurements are forestay, backstay, spreaders, jumpers, shrouds, chain plates, runners, lights, antennas. So this was everything that is going. What you can do from the manufacturer, sometimes he give you just the weight of the tube of the mast, just of the weight of the mast plus rudders, but you need all the forestay, backstay, and things. You have to exclude the halyards. They are replaced with light messengers, so you can take it back. And the only way is to. I doubt that any manufacturer can give you the data in this condition, and can also give you what is more important, the center of gravity, because they will probably give you the weight, but the center of gravity you need to measure. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. The okay. The line, the rails, yeah. This is what is I mean, what is the position of the person he is doing? Because if I understood correctly, okay, and then do what? Of the spinnaker. I have to double check. By this, I think it's allowed. I think it's allowed. I'm not finding any. Maybe I can double check later. No, no, no. Yeah, I can. I think that's one thing that's okay. So, when we want now, maybe just a little digression from this, but speaking about the sails, asymmetric spinnaker cannot be used wing on wing. So asymmetric spinnaker always need to be used on the same side as yeah. That's the other thing. And then we had the issue with this also on the double-handed Europeans. Other rig details are those that I was talking yesterday. So this is the new thing that is introduced this year, and for me it's simplified and simply go through this checklist and check what you have. And this is so-called cake with different portions that some are small adjustments to the rating because of the way how you are adjusting your rig with or without use of non-manual power. And the next part is now sales. So you need a coffee break? Yeah, maybe you are. Let's go, huh? Okay, good for you. Thank you. 10 minutes. Okay, let's continue where we stopped. So we are now on the sales. Sales are measured completely in accordance with the equipment rules of sailing. And the following type of sales can be measured in AMS. Main sail, mizzen, head sails including head sails and flying, mizzen staysail, and spinnakers including symmetric and asymmetric. Other sail terms such as jenaker, drifter, windseeker, staysail, or whatever needs to fit in one of these categories. The question about the code 0 is the usual one. The difference between the spinnaker and the head sail is this 75% ratio between the mid girth and the foot length. So if it's less than 75% is a head sail, 75% and more is a jenaker. Unfortunately, sometimes people are taking the sail that is exactly on 75%, mostly because at some point IRC didn't allow even to have more than this, and then people are calling this code 0. But at the same time, the sails that you showed yesterday with 55%, it's also called code 0. In one time this is the head sail, in another thing is a spinnaker. So basically, we know this. We use different terms to explain the sails like jib top, drifter, windseeker, jenaker, code 0. But for the point of the measurement, it shall be either head sail on the spinnaker. Head sail can be set on the forestay sail flying. Spinnaker can be symmetric or asymmetric. It's basically quite easy. Oh, sorry, it doesn't work, or no. Sorry. I have to go here. I need to go on the PowerPoint. This one. Okay. Perfect. So, sails should be, when measured, completely dry on a flat surface with just sufficient tension to remove any wrinkles across the line of the measurement. Normal temperature without buttons. Permanently attached devices along the edge of the sail are not taken into account, and permanently attached extension straps at the corner of the head sail are not taken into account. So you will see this on a couple of measurements. Each sail has always luff, leech, head, and foot, tuck point, head point, aft head point. And then this is the way how we define the head point. It's how we measure the HB measurement on the mainsail. Tech point is always intersection of the foot and the luff. So always when we are looking these points, we do the extension of adjustment of the edges to get this point, which may not be on the sail, can be on the air, but this is the point that we are taking from the measurement. So people are always looking, should I measure up to here or here? No, we extend the luff and foot and then find the point. That's the principle that we are using for all sails in general. How we are measuring the sail? We are finding these points on the leech by folding this point here, folding it again, finding because this point is equidistant from here to here, and finding this these leech points, and then we are measuring the shortest distance to the luff. When you see on your certificate, there is a measured for the mainsail area, there is a measured area and rated area. Measured area is, I would say, simplified, simply taking this as a half quarter, 3/4, and 7/8. And rated area is geometric actual area of the sail. With the difference, when you see the big difference between the measured and the rated, this means that there is a roach and there is very probably high square top on the mainsail. So the rated area is the one that is taken in calculation. The measured is simplified, simply just using these 4 measurements. Because when you have this roach, these girths are going more up and up. And theoretically, this measurement can be here on the top. So also when there is a leach, so this, why this is done? This is done to close another loophole. Since we are measuring the boat, the sail here, these are the measurements you take. Theoretically, you can simply from this button create something like this and then get additional area that is not taken. To avoid this problem, we are actually measuring, we are adding these hole-offs on the leach in each measurement. Theoretically, you can design the sail that will add you the area in the area of the buttons, and then will not be taken in the calculation. Another rule that when you have the button above the 7/8 point, then you need to extend the line through the 7/8 point and the button, and then measure the higher this bigger this measurement of MHB, again to avoid getting the area that cannot be measured and cannot be captured by the area calculation. So this is kind of rule to protect not to adding the area that is not taken into calculation. Sails needs to have the measurement stamp. This is how it looks. The measurements need to be entered. On the championship, we are checking all this before the start. This needs to be clearly written, and you need, as owner, I am always saying, double check your measurements with your certificates, and simply be sure that the proper sails are listed. I mean, we had some discussion in some countries. They are kind of doing in-house certification, which is possible, that you have the sail makers who have the program with the world sailing. So meaning that when the sail come out from the loft, it came out already measured. However, what is important and what we agreed with the world sailing, we set up the procedure for both ORC and IRC to have exactly like this measurement step, to have the measurements recorded, and also the sail loft are then required to save this and send the data to the relevant rating office. And I remember we were on the one championship in 2018, I think, in the Netherlands, when there was boat coming to event, and there was one of the sail maker in the crew, and said, yeah, we have all the sails measured, okay? And where are the measurements? And he comes with all these stickers in his hands. And I have 5 stickers here. I said, and how I know which sticker goes to which sail? So we need to have sail measurements on the sail to understand that this is that sail. Otherwise, we need every time to measure the sail to understand which is, which are the measurements, and to see if this sail is the bigger of those recorded in the certificate. The head sails, again, half feet shall be less than 75% of the foot length. Head sail can be set on the forestay or set flying. On the forestay is mostly normally triangular shape, while the sail flying is the code 0 with a bigger roach on the leech. When there is a sail that is kind of need to understand if this is 75% or not, then the first measurement we need to take half point here, and then compare with this dimension, and then decide. If it is less than 75%, measure it as a head sail. If it is more, measure it as a spinnaker. The sails are, again, luff, leech, foot, exactly the same. The points are defined also always as extension of two edges. Head point is perpendicular to the luff from the highest point of the sail, so mostly the same thing. This is another example. So we extend it here and here to get the point, or here. And then the measurement is, the leech points are again the same. We fold this point here, get this point. Then we fold it again, get this point, fold it here, and fold it here. And by the way, on the website, maybe I can show you later, there are videos that are explaining you the procedure of measurement sails. So you can just see how this goes, let's say, through the video it's explained. Extensions, attachments of or any laugh tape at the corners are not taken in account. So when you have this, the strap, we are not taking, and even here when you have the heavy weather jib, we stop it here. Then when we are measuring the sail, normally the sail have kind of 3D shape basically, but in order to get this line that we are measuring to get it straight, we can flake the sail like this, and then we have this line straight, so we can measure this sail measurement. Also, the stamp is the same with different measurements. All those for the head sail, as you can see, for the head sail, we are recording the laugh length and laugh perpendicular, which is obviously not. And then I forgot to say on the mainsail, the laugh and the foot are not measured on the sail, are measured on the rig, SP and D. And I will show you, I have a couple of slides I put for the funny things from the end, how this can be exploited, or how it was tried to be exploited. Spinnakers can be symmetric or asymmetric. So symmetric spinnaker in shape, materially cut, basically it's not enough. Normally you have laugh and leech of the same measurements, but theoretically you may have laugh and leech on the same measurements, but the cut is not symmetric. I mean, someone can design, say, like this. Anyway, so to establish that it's symmetric, you simply say take tack and glue, fold it, and you can see that it's symmetric over the center line. If anything that is not symmetric is asymmetric, meaning basically that you have different laugh and leech and different shape and cut. The points again are found by intersecting, extending the nearest edges, and then we measure each laugh, leech, and then half feet point and foot length. How we find these points? Simply overlap this, fold it here, and we find the midpoint. We find the midpoint on the other thing, open it, and measure it here and measure it here. If it has to be more than 75% to be the spinnaker. If not, then it's measured as a head sail. Asymmetric spinnaker is exactly the same. The only difference is that is asymmetric and laugh and leech are different. Buttons are not allowed on the spinnaker. And spinnaker are adding also the measurement stamp. From my experience in the checks and on the sails, mostly, frankly, there were no bigger problems in the sails. If you measure the sail, obviously, even if you measure the same sail today and tomorrow, we can go and talk about tolerance of 1 to 2 centimeters on every measurement, because it's simply it's not easy, even how much the rule says that you should take it to remove the wrinkles across the line or something, but this is normal. So if you control the sail and have 1 centimeter plus, 1 less, on the end, the rating calculation, the rating effect is rather minimal in things like this. The problem with the sails may be literally when you are having or using the sails that is not recorded in a certificate, or that is significantly bigger and different. For some smaller things, and also for the sails during the year, I would always recommend that from year to year, if you want to prepare, you can remeasure the sail, because a sail can be shrinked and you can get better, more accurate rating if you remeasure your sails. This is, I know that on the top level, who is preparing for the World Championship, pretty much sure that top teams will remeasure the sail before the start of the event. Additionally, we can even measure quadrilateral sail, or those set on the wishbone boom. We introduced this a couple of years ago, mostly because of some boats that were actually using this, not this kind of rig without the head sail. It's just like this, and then there are a couple of measurements that are following basically again ERS definition, and out of all this measurement we have the area calculation for these sails. This is again goes to the measurement step with the measurements, and then this is so the new thing that we were mentioning before and what we introduced is that we can record what the non-manual power can be used, if any, of sheets, boom wang, outhole, mainsail, Cunningham, headsail, Cunningham, mainsail, traveler, headsail, track, tackline, and halyards. So again, this actually come also from the XR41, but not of the problem we were talking about yesterday, from the fact that they designed the sail with adjusting the mainsail Cunningham and headsail Cunningham with non-manual power, which by the former older rule was not the problem, that was not rated, was not allowed at all, because only the rule was allowing only some controls over the sail. With this new approach, we are giving possibility to first of all to use non-manual power for this, but then also to rate it with some rating effect as described yesterday. And also spinnaker retriever system. It is maybe hard, I agree, not easy to define what is spinnaker retriever system as definition, but let's say if you go with the common sense, there is a system that helps you to retrieve the system much faster rather than when you use the normal way of just putting it down with manual power, I would say. Yeah. Yes. Yes, actually, I think that there are some videos. I was really thinking to add one video. I think there is a TP52 that literally dropped down a spinnaker in 2 seconds. I mean, I was still looking for the way how to incorporate video in this presentation. I will probably do, but it's very good, and you can find it on the Facebook and on this Instagram stories about a team that is literally just suck the, and then there is also those that are explaining the system that have a big wheel that is how you call it, pre-charged, so you can simply suck the complete spinnaker. Yeah, it can be done manual and non-manual. Yeah, we can check. You can check manually or non-manually. Yeah. The final part of the IMS are the rules that defining the cruiser, racer, and performance boats. I think it's something that there is some rating credit or some rating assessment for the cruiser racer types of boats. I think at the beginning when the rules was designing was really was thought that we should even have different classes completely separately. Nowadays there is much more less probably difference between the cruiser racers. Regardless, if you are organizing regattas, you still may use this to divide the fleets, the divisions, or classes. Doesn't matter. But let's say on the championship, we are still having them together. However, the cruiser racer are getting some rating assessment of this, but you need to go through the different criteria and different requirements to be categorized as a cruiser racer. First of all, there are some general rules or ideas that the purpose of the yacht shall be primarily cruising. Accommodation layout and outfit shall be at least comparable to the standards of series production models. Sacrifice or layout or accommodation to features that are primarily suited to the racing character shall be suppressed. The yacht without modification is fully suitable and actually used for cruising. Basically, we do not want that boats start stripping out things, and the cruiser racer boats, you don't want to take things out and trying to then say, I don't need this, I don't need that. This is the basic principle. Boats complying with this are cruiser racer or others are performance. Often people start to play with this. Can I take the doors out? No. Can I take this? And then sometimes I say you can, but you will not be cruiser racer, and it is up to you. At some point they decide, the rating effect is so small, maybe it's better that we just go to performance. But if you want to be cruiser racer, there are a couple of things that you need to check, and you simply go to the list, and if one is missing, it's not enough. So the interior shall include living area with a table and settee, sleeping area, galley, navigation, and separate closed compartment with toilet, wash basin. So the toilet needs the rigid door. I think Sunfast 3600 simply does not have the the doors on the toilet. And the other things may looks, but sorry, there are no doors on the toilet, and this is not a cruiser racer. Living area shall consist of space containing a table and settees, and on the end of this I will show you some special case. Sleeping area shall consist of space containing berths and adequate facilities for personal gear storage. Galley area shall include stoves, sinks, galley, gear storage and food storage. Navigation area, toilet shall be permanently installed. Cabin sole shall extend fore and after, then to the lockers, berths, galley, and navigation and other components. Headroom is defined based on the boat's length. Hanging locker, freshwater capacity is required again based on the boat length. Boats with inboard engine shall be directly supplied for permanently installed fuel tankage. The cockpit should include fixed seatings. This is the usual question so you need the number of seats in the cockpit, and then the people are asking how much. We put as a reference, not as a requirement, because it's hard to say. If you put 600 millimeters per person and the production is for the two on the side instead of 120, 119, then someone can say. But we take as a reference that the width of the seat in the cockpit is 600 millimeters. But whenever there is a question of how many the boat is required to have 4 seats in the cockpit, and you see that it's very small, I would simply say, okay, take your crew and show me how you are sitting. If they cannot fit, simply doesn't work, So all these requirements, yes. Toilet. Yeah. No, a rigid door. No, a rigid door. This is exactly what Sunfast 300, Sunfast 3600, I think, has. No, rigid door needs bit. The rules require. I mean, again, it is not the end of the world. The boat can be categorized as a performance and can race. But if he wants to be cruiser racer, put the door. And put the door and so on the last page of the certificate there are these requirements listed. So the requirements are coming from this accommodation length, which is basically the length of boat, the largest of length of boat, and 325 multiplied by the beam, but doesn't matter. This is the number that defines all these requirements that are listed. So this boat, for example, needs 5 number of berths, minimum number of seats in the cockpit, table area, personal gear storage, food storage, headroom, fresh water capacity, and fuel capacity, plus all the things that were listed. We know, and we found that some boats were trying to normally strip out the forward accommodation or berths or something, because they said, we don't want to get wet when the spinnaker is coming. Again, you can do this, but if you need to have a number of berths like this, and if you cannot count those that you discarded, you are not anymore cruiser racer. That's quite easy, basically. I mean, last year we also had submissions about this that we should review and think about how we should better define. And frankly, at that time I was thinking, yes, okay, we need to do this. Then I went to the rules one by one, and I realized the rules are there. There is not much that we can do. I mean, in the past, this rule was even more complicated. For all these things, you had some points, then you need to get this, multiply by this. I remember that we simplified this because, frankly, at that time, no one could understand, what we are talking about. And now the rules are simple. There are requirements. You check it, you have it, you are cruiser racer. You don't have it, you are not. Very easy. No, this is the usual question. I think that whenever something is not defined, we should apply, I would say, common sense. But unfortunately, the most common thing about common sense is that it's not very common. But but when I say the common sense, you cannot come with 1 centimeter that you are using for a beach or something and say this is my mattress. And again, let's go on the beginning on the policy on the first rule is that you are simply comparing it for the standard production. So what is coming from the shipyard that you may say this is, speaking about this, let me. No, it's the decision of the measurer who is checking the boat and saying, and first of all saying, yes, this is. This is, cruiser racer or it's not. Sorry, just a moment. Okay. Okay. So, famous table. This is from real life that I will show you what we have to deal with. What the people are coming with idea, very, I would say, productive ideas. The rule is very simple. So you read the rule. The table should be permanently installed or of substantial construction and arranged with the convenient seating fixed to the cabin sole or hinged from a bulkhead to facilitate stowage. Then you have table area, how you calculate it. And then you come to the boat. Sorry again. Place it here. Yeah. So this is the third place in my competition. The guy come with this and say, this is my table. And the funny thing is when you asking him, but okay, why you put this table? But yeah, but I have my original table back in the shed somewhere. But this is my table. So there is a second place. This is another one. And they say this is my table. So and now you need to see the first place. So if you can see, this is hanged out with these lines. And can you imagine sitting and having dinner on this table? Maybe it's on the boat. Try to eat. Fantastic. And, every time it was really, yeah. Yeah. I think that we should probably organize a nice dinner for the soup. Yeah. But these are the things that the strange case people are coming. They always surprise me. I always think, nothing can surprise me, but they obviously come with the smart ideas. Again, try to understand your boat. If your boat is primarily for the cruising and you like to do racing, obviously you will probably have everything. If you want to push and go to the minimum that is needed, check all rules. But on the other hand, you may check the effect on the cruiser racer, and if you feel that the rating effect is rather small, then do whatever you want. Go performance and strip your boat and measure your boat as such. The other things are just, frankly, I absolutely don't understand why you would do things like this. The cruiser racer. Yeah. Yeah. You may simply just select instead of. Yes, exactly. So it's just always stuck. So you can run the test instead of you are now cruiser racer. You put the performance. You see the difference and say, okay, it's a small difference. I can, if it makes sense. Other couple of interesting cases, just to show you. while we are here, and yesterday we were briefly talking over the dinner, but it's not that really I like to talk about this because it's unfortunately is the story that happened in 2016 in Porto Caras. It's I like to show this simply because I think that we really do not want to see cheating in our sport, unfortunately. As we were saying before, we are playing the game when we are writing the rules and designers are trying to find the loopholes. One thing is to find the loopholes, design smart, do the smart design and saying, you didn't maybe think about it, we found a loophole. This is not a loophole. This is clearly cheating, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, the picture probably is not the best, but the point is that this is the boat, and this is the blue line is the boat, how boat is floating. That was asked before. This is exactly so that the freeboard match is more here than here, and this is how the boat is floating. The boat had certificate like this, and was selected to be checked. Was checked, and was exactly within the certificate. Nothing was wrong. But when the boat, I think the next thing, when the boat went out, this was the trim of the boat. So you probably see something strange. See that even with all the people now sitting here, boat is floating horizontally. At almost, I think, at the last day of the championship, we had a measurement protest from another boat protesting and basically saying that something is wrong, not knowing, not saying what is wrong. We decided to go with the two measurers on the boat from the finishing line to the marina and to check it again. The only thing what we could do, we could check the boats. The boats were coming to marina, and then we need to wait conditions to check. Was like something like this. We said we cannot do it, we need to wait. While they were coming to marina, there was also very loud music from the boat, which I've tried. Please, can you turn on the music? No, it's my boat, I can. So we left the music, and then at that time I didn't think what the music is. The story was, and basically after this race, the boat was completely changed, and 2 weeks after, they went to the national championship in Italy. As said before, from the numbers, analyzing the certificates before and after, during the race and after, and analyzing if you want to, from this position to come to this stream, the only way is that at some point here on the boat, there is about 250, 300 kilo of something. At that time we didn't know, and then based on this analysis we restarted the hearing under Rule 69, because it was not actually not the measurement issue at all. It was the issue that boat was not presented as it should be for the measurement. Why? Because on the end, out of this calculation, the conclusion is that there was a hidden tank that was pumping the water to be presented for the measurements like showed, and when going out, taking out this water and getting obviously the advantage. And then very probably the music was simply to hide the sound of the pump that was pumping water at that time. No. In the back, the tank was in the back of the boat. The tank was in between two bulkheads, because when I was checking the boat is empty, there is a cockpit, there is a hatch in the cockpit, and I was with the head, you could not see, there is a bulkhead, and there is another bulkhead, and probably between the two bulkhead there was a tank pump. Huh? So I mean, it says yes, yeah, and again, it's not that I don't really, sometimes I don't like to talk about it, but it is, I think that we all need to be aware about the possible cheating and to fight against it. Unfortunately, after this, we are all learned something. At this point, I could not imagine that this can go so far because you need to invest in invent the system. It's not the,
Sorry? No, it's
no, it's supposed. Yeah, supposedly. Yeah,
Sorry?
we don't know. Anyway, I think that and one thing that maybe in general, I think, and what I'm taking to the measurers, whenever there is something that looks strange, that seems that is not in an intention, we always need to stop and to investigate. Whenever there is measurement that is changing one boat from one condition to other, we have even the rule option that measurer stay and rating officer can wait with the issuing certificate unless until the question is probably checked. So here is also, I think that in a cases like this, whenever there is something that is, problematic, we need to investigate it. Because I will show you the next thing. Now we are talking about the loophole. So this, as I was saying, there was on 2016 we had a measurement seminar, and there was a guy, Danish guy from North Sales. He came with a smart idea. He said, "Okay, I will design the sail, and you literally see that this is the part of the sail. It's not just a touch; it's a stitch. It's a part of the sail. But when he goes to race, he just simply fold it out with the Velcro, put it here, and put the sail up to this point. So we put the next. Why he did this? Because originally these girths are here, these measurements. By adding this triangle and folding, all these points are moving up, and all these measurements are becoming smaller. So measure with a long laugh, measure with laugh at P. And then he got around 1 square meter on total on 30 square meters. So this is loophole, okay. But when we need this, then we change the rule on the next slide. We change the rule that when set on the mast, the head point shall be the highest point of the laugh, and mainsail and mizzen laugh shall be reefed only from its bottom part. Yeah. Yeah. Go back.
Here or there?
Yeah.
Difference is using same P&E.
Yeah.
It's 2.4 seconds per nautical mile.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. No. But if you go in the percentage, you remember that. No, if you remember the percentage that I was telling in the morning, it's important. Now it's too much. Okay, yeah, it's always the same story. Yes. Yeah. The same thing, both basically, both. Yeah, because the problem here, yeah. I mean, the problem here is that we are measuring the sales measurements here, and we are measuring the P and D on the mast and the boom. That's the problem. Then we had also discussion: should be this measured on the sail? But on the end, we know that this is hard because this is very much stretched. The P measurement, the E measurement can vary a lot how to measure it. And since the beginning, the boats are always P and D have measured on the rig. But anyway, I mean, when the other two cases, if you can go on the next one, is yeah, sorry. Mm-hmm.
Can this type of mainsail be considered as reefing mainsail? I'm asking about competitor, but I have noticed that on his certificate he has a reefing mainsail, but he has buttons. So is it considered by ORC okay? Is it something like
No problem. I mean, what you mean on reef is not recorded on the certificate. Maybe there is just a note.
like in my Zeno it's
Furled. You mean furled? Furled. Okay.
can it be furled? Is it the same if it's considered furled or not?
for the mainsail or for the, normally if you have mainsail furled with the buttons, you will probably have vertical buttons because otherwise you cannot furl it. But there is a system that is furler in the mast. I mean, the rating, yes. I mean, you need to declare mast furler, but mast furler is supposed to be with something that you can furl on the mast. The same thing is that the headsail furler, you need to have it with one headsail only. You cannot change it. If you have the headsail furler to get rating credit, it needs to be used with one headsail only. So I think that if you have the mainsail furler, it needs to be used with a mainsail that can be furled. If you cannot furl it, it's not meant for. Yeah. It's for the. And G radius, I think, slightly. G radius. No, if it is measured with the mast weight, yes, I agree. If it is measured with the mast weight, if it's not measured with the mast weight, then it's a fact. Yeah. Yeah, it's my yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, honestly, I can again, even I have to check every exactly wording of the rule, and we can discuss this. Maybe if there is needing, we can do some submission or clear up this for the next year. Because the it's a credit for the weight basically, not for the sale.
There
But
are
yes.
possible questions also during the year when the rules are
Yeah.
already out that need an interpretation, and the chief measurer can issue interpretation in case
And then
there is a need for that. Like in this case, does a furler must declared on the rating needs to be furling the mainsail, or instead a new mainsail with horizontal buttons, and the furling mast should be declared. And the chief measurer can issue the interpretation to
and
help.
then we issue interpretation, and then on the next AGM we confirm and then put it in the rule or vote about it if there is something that is needed. We were doing this in the past. Yeah.
Can you have, because it is declared that you cannot have more than one head sail if it's a furling sail.
Yeah.
If you have a second
Yeah.
for a race that is out and you cannot repair with similar characteristics, not difference perhaps, and you measure both and you use in your certificate the bigger one.
Yes.
It's a problem.
If the furling system shall be used with only one. If you want to use the second one, you can use it, but you will not get the credit for the furler.
No, you'll get you'll have a furling.
Yes.
Both are furling sails.
Yes.
Both are similar.
Yeah.
Perhaps a very small difference.
No,
But,
it should be used with.
Only. No, you will not use.
I understand.
Only if it is a tear.
No,
there's no way to transfer the sails.
Delivery. I mean, the rule of number of sails can be modified for the let's say notice of race. If the type of the race is so such that you say, okay, we are allowing more boats to take some spare sails in case that can be. But normally, the rating credit should be associated with the one head sail only. However, if you are talking about the special the rules of the storm and heavy weather jib, they are not counting in this. So if you are, like, let's say, afraid that you may break the only sail you have, you still may have the rules that the sail that is defined as a heavy weather sail or a storm jib, something like this. But basically, the furling system goes with one only.
No, the intention was if you break the sail.
Yes,
in order
but
to
it's
be able to have it same characteristics.
yeah,
not a
but
different
it's
sail not the
I
other
know,
material.
I
Everything's
know,
the same.
but the rule is
No,
one.
no,
There's
this
no.
is why the question.
Yeah.
Unless the notice of race
Unless the
provides
notice of
to
race
allow
provides-
for spare
Because, you know,
chips.
On the some races, on the long distance races, you may want this to say on the notice of race that okay, we are allowing additional sales because there can be something, or not just in the full, in the maximum number of sales, and also in talking about the limitation of the sales based on CDL and the classes. Basically, you have in your certificate how many head sales, how many spinnakers you may have. So these are the maximum numbers. This does not affect rating. I think in IRC, depending on number of sales, it may affect your rating. But here it's simply saying, for that boat, you can have 7 head sails and 6 spinnakers, and that's it. It doesn't matter. Often people are getting, you send me my certificate says I have 5 spinnakers. I don't have 5 spinnakers. Doesn't matter. This is just the maximum how you may have on the boat while racing. 2 more cases that I would like to show you. Speaking about sales, this one. This is actually more the loophole, came out as a loophole of IRC, not so much ORC. But the question is this sale spinnaker or head sail? What do you think? But if you measure 75% mid gears here to foot length is more than 75%. So basically, you have a spinnaker used upwind. Doesn't matter. No, it's also flying because it's not on the forestay. Anything that is not on the forestay. No, this is not the forestay. The forestay is here. So what they did, this is the sail. They have kind of lashing here that keeps the sail like this, and say this is my spinnaker. You know. And then this came actually more from IRC. But as I was saying, since we introduced this special run for 75, 85 spinnakers, then we cover this. We basically, you can play with this, but you will not get a lot. The next picture is similar on the opposite direction. Maybe you cannot see, but there is basically the construction of the sail is that the main line is actually here, and here there is a part that is flapping. So you want to extend this midgird again to get more than 75% of this, and the part that is flapping you simply ignore. However, when you go on more downwind angle, you still probably can use this. So these are the ideas how we are playing around this 75% and how the sail makers are trying to design the sail that is made as a spinnaker, used as a head sail. But as said, we cover this because the rating difference between the 75.1 spinnaker and 74.9 head sail flying is very small. We have very smooth transition in the ratings. Yeah. Yes, that's what we are talking. Because at some point IRC had really hard limit of this 75%. I think it's still how they are. I mean, they are applying the same principle for head sail and the spinnaker, but the rating jump from one to other. That's why they want to be always of 75%, and head sail flying is probably quite penalized. But again, this I'm just to showing you how people are coming. But this, I said, these 3 cases are game between designers and rule writers. The first case is cheating. The first case is unfortunately, much harder and stronger to see. Any more questions? Yeah, go. Yes. Yes, the stay sail, if it is tucked between the forestay and the mast, it only needs to be less than 110% the perpendicular. it needs to be tucked between the head sail and the mast, and can even be tucked out of the center line. And it's normally measured as a head sail because of the shape of the flying. It's a head sail set line. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. 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 Yes.
By default, the sailor services was putting the stay sail in the front. So we were racing at that time with the TP52,
Okay.
and even a very small stay sail was making the boat 3-4 seconds faster by having the stay sail in the
Yes.
bowsprit.
Yes.
Because the sailor services by
We're,
default
we're
was putting
thinking,
there.
we're seeing this as a head sail flying
So
set
that-
in front
there
of
was
the.
a big alarm between me and
Yeah.
Yacht at that time, checking what is going on.
What's going on?
We took off the stay sail from the front, put it in the position that we were
But
using.
just want to check, Panayotis. Now you can declare the head sail flying as the inner in the
Yes.
sailor services.
It was
Yes.
you,
Yeah,
had,
yeah,
you
yeah.
had the opportunity to change
Yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah.
but
yeah.
the first time that you were getting a certificate for a test
Yeah, you
from
put
one
the
year
sail.
to the other,
Yeah,
the stay sail was in the front,
yeah,
and we went
Yeah.
crazy.
yeah,
Just
yeah, yeah.
makes a lot
But
of
so-
difference. This is
yeah,
what I'm trying to
yeah.
say.
Of course, of course. Yes. Okay. Other questions? How are we to the timing? Are we 12? Yeah. Yeah.
What is the
Measurement itself, we are trying to standardize. And yes, yes, and I can tell you that we started several years ago with this concept of UMS, Universal Measurement System, with idea. And as I was mentioning before, for example, we agreed that we will measure the spinnaker pore as IRC is doing. We agreed that we will do the mainsail. We have the quarter, half, 3/4, 7, 8. They at some point say they will do the same, but they are, I think, still not measuring the last quarter for any reason. What we agreed with the whole sailing, that in this project of in-house with the sailmakers, we have the rules that sailmakers are taking the all measurements, and when the sail is going out from the loft, it can be used for both ORC and IRC, at least for the sails. For the rest of the measurements, I mean, while they are measuring this Y, X freeboard overhang, I cannot comment. I mean, knowing that measuring something as overhang is impossible. I mean, it's something that you would. I mean, even the freeboards are delicate measurements, but can be done. But if you want to measure, to go below the water, below the bows, to see where water line is touching to the overhang, no one can tell me that this can be measured accurately. Whatever they do, you know, they want to weight the boat, and they are trying to say that, oh, this measurement is the freeboard does not work. We are trying to say that yes, it works. On the other hand, when you design any rating rule, regardless now, you want to measure something that you believe that is important for the rating calculation. If they believe that that's what they need, that it is. However, once we measure the freeboards, and when we measure the boat for ORC, we have in the manager option to press the button and get all these measurements calculated from the freeboards, from the offset file. So instead of measuring for IRC, we can simply get all this measurement. How much and will we ever come closer with the two rating system? I leave this to Bruno, knowing how much of his life he spent on this and trying to work. I don't know. For me, sometimes it's again, I'm technical guy, but it's probably more political. But I don't know.
Against the British guys, but as you may be aware of, they are different from the other part of the world. And it is difficult to make deals with them. They feel they are the best. Therefore, we are trying to use wholesaling to reach the goal of having the same measurement and trying to adapt whenever possible to their measurement instead of trying to tell them, please come on the way we are doing.
You were very, very close. Small one.
No, that was a period that the attempt was to have one rule, to unify the two rules, but it failed because mainly of a business reason. They are a company that is due to make money for the club, the Rock. And we are a service company, no profit. So we are made by 45 countries, and we have to reinvest all our revenues in research and development. So we don't have to make money, and we have to keep the levies low, because our countries decide in our Congress what the levies level should be. So the business concept that was so different didn't allow us to merge. And also the concept of the two rules, one is based on a velocity prediction, one instead is more based on some calculation that is more linked to PHRF method. I see what happens and then I turn my knot to adjust. If a boat is so successful, the next year will be punished under IRC and so on. So it would have been difficult to merge.
I mean, technically, we have some cooperation, and I cannot really maybe complain. We have good, I mean, we are talking, and for example, when we introduced this new cake system of rigs and sails and things, then I sent an email to Jason, say, look, we are doing this, and this is what we are allowing for boats to do. Do you have the same? Because we don't want to have that something is allowed in ORC and not in IRC. Unfortunately, there was a case with this Sydney Hobart, raced under both IRC and ORC, and then the guy came with one headset set flying in front that was not allowed by ORC rules, but mostly again trying to find a loophole in IRC. I mean, the configuration that he put was probably, you would never do this unless you are trying to get something from the rating. So he did this, and after the race was finished, the pictures were all over the internet, and someone was telling him, but you break the rule, you in ORC. And then they had to he had to withdraw from the ORC and remaining in the IRC, and there was a big discussion, and then again we changed the rule. We tried to more or less at least that not, have the rule that you can do one thing in one rule and the other in other rule, in the way of how you are using the sales and what we are doing. But
Konstantinos, we don't like to fight with our competition. We like to, as we are trying to do this weekend, to serve our constituency in the best way we can. We are not perfect. We saw many problems that we are trying to patch with your help, but we are not there to have we're not having a business plan to kill our competitors. No, they are on the market as well, and sometimes we have to learn something from them. Most of the times they are learning from us, especially they use our ratings to start getting an idea, or our measurement to get an idea of the new boats they're getting to before giving an IRC certificate, but that's fine for us. We don't mind.
And Ivan joined the ORC this year.
Yes.
Ivan,
They are still, yes. There is basically they come to us because they were unhappy with IRC, and the reason was that they found that one number does not work in all the conditions, and they see that okay, there is something that works differently in different. Yeah. Yeah.
I slept over the weapons got here. One of the reasons we are here is because we're discussing about fairness in the sport, right? Now, I realize that we have a task that it's not possible, no matter what science you bring on, to accomplish. Because, from my perspective, it is fair to let me race as I race. I don't mean I don't need to change, but the magic in the sport, because all sailors are more or less cyclists. They prefer to waste their time in the sea instead get avoid of the problems inside. So my condition is that I don't know what the wind is. I'm going out to play. Now if you're trying to control it, you suck magical what I'm doing. Because this is how we define our performance compared to our friends. That most of the friends do. That's why I'm not pointing out who the guy
No, yes.
saying is. We are friends there. So when you're trying to take this out of me, it's not fair to me if I read the win seat better than the other. You say
No.
something about
What
like that.
what we are trying to do from the beginning. No, trying to.
For the US, for example,
Yeah.
it's a completely different matter. My vote against your vote, the competition. I remember one US guy in Porto Carrasco,
Okay.
he raced in the extreme race, he won, and he gave a speech by the end of it saying that he was glad that the result was concluded in the sea and not in the professional one.
Okay.
We never protested against.
Yeah.
We need to slowly move towards lunch so we can continue the discussion there. I think that you'll soon get an email. I think it's coming out in like 1:30. And it's a feedback form. If you want, you can add your name. If you don't want to, we're fine. I just like to very much, first of all, ask you if you can fill out the feedback form, because it's super important for us, so we have an understanding of what works and doesn't work. And please note that at the end of the feedback form, there's also a link to a new WhatsApp group that the ORC just made called ORC Greece, where you can have direct contact with the ORC through this WhatsApp group. So that's another good idea from these guys. I think it's time if we can take a break for lunch. Sorry for cutting it so short.
We are available literally for any questions and answers.
we're we're at the last. We're now at the last part of this 2-day meeting. I'd like to first of all thank the ORC for spending their time and for being here. I think one of the nicest things that has come out of this is that we do have the chance to open a channel of communication that's easier, and it's always good to bring what is happening in other places of the world to our little world. So thank you for that. I'd like to also thank the chairman of the board of the Hellenic Offshore Committee. And I leave it to you and anyone who has questions.
I have one question. We spoke about modern handicap systems, but as you realize, it's not easy for us every time to use WRS for interclub games, small games, and there are other methods also, like ORC Scorer program give us time on time, time on distance, PCS. I would like to clarify very well which are the advantages and disadvantages of each of those methods for us as an organizing committees or race committees to use them. Which one to prefer each time from the other time. For offshore races, coastal races, inshore races, of course, wind or leeward, it's no matter of discussion, we use PCS constructed. But for the other cases, I would like to have a very clear answer about that. Thank you.
So very clear. PCS, again, should be used when all the boats are racing in the same conditions. In the offshore race, maybe in some coastal race, you may say, okay, the wind was constant all the time and we can score it. Yes, maybe. If the boats are sailing in different conditions, if the one boat is faster, or depends on the composition of the fleet and everything, then PCS will not work. So that's the clear. Next step would be weather routing. Okay, you say that you are not confident in this. So the next step is the time on time or single number, which may be APH or which you may design as you wish. But again, for me, the preference between APH or any single number is almost the same. It's up to you to decide what you want. So definitely, yes, PCS when you have the boats racing in the same conditions. Next step, weather routing. If you are not familiar or confident, go to single number. That's this is this is good question, and yeah, you may, but you know it's
Yeah, I know.
yeah, you can if you want.
See, and we'll be very, let's say, sincere about that. The time on time or time on distance. The truth is that if you ask myself and Zoran, hey, we think different things.
Yeah,
This is the thing. I say time on time. Zoran says
I
time on
mentioned,
distance.
yeah.
I mean, if we were to choose, right?
yeah,
Exactly.
I mean,
So-
I can explain later why I
Yeah,
believe that.
and there are good reasons for both cases. But what I would like to say here is that in this question, I mean, answer? No, there is no answer. In fact, what is better? No, it's not better. Nothing is better. It's what you feel it's better for your conditions,
Your fleet.
and
It's a partially
there is no single answer.
yeah. Let me put
True that time on time is better on courses with strong currents.
probably yes.
Probably yes.
Probably yes. So
The distance.
Yeah, because of the current, you are actually sailing more distance than the distance itself. That's true.
We have to see the characteristics of each method. Now, the time on distance method means that every boat for the given race owes the other boats or is has time from other boats, which is
Always the same.
always the same. It's and depends. It's just a multiplication, right? So it doesn't change regardless of the weather conditions, regardless of if there is no wind, if there's a lot of wind, oh, but it's this. So on the other hand, the time on time is it's quite the same thing because it's easy to transform time on distance coefficient to time on time. In fact, if you check the ratings, you'll see that the time on time factors on the certificate are simply the division of the 600
600 divided
by the time on distance. So this gives you the time on time factor.
However, sorry, go.
Yeah. However, the fundamental difference between the two methods is that the time on time, because of the calculation, is let's say in a sense more sensitive to the duration of the race. So yeah. So the longer the elapsed time, the corrected times get bigger. Now, this is not necessarily. I say again, this is a characteristic. This is not necessarily good. Okay, depending on the situation.
I think that my logic is that we are dealing with prediction of the speed of the boats.
Exactly.
Speed of the boats is seconds per mile, miles per second. This is the speed of the boat. And when we are talking about difference in seconds per mile, this is how, because we are running the VPP that is producing us the speed and seconds per mile. And this is the logic why time or distance can work. But on the other hand, I completely agree that maybe in the races where you can have lots of period without wind, stopping over and things like this, time and work. And I'm always saying it is kind of also not political but cultural thing. In some countries, everyone is used to time on time, and you can talk. Let me put like this: it's like measurement in meters or in feet. Measurements are the same, but as I was saying before, if you are telling me about feet, I am completely lost. I don't know what we are talking about. So this is the same thing, but the measurements on the end are actually the same.
I think we have on the webpage a race management guide. Yeah. So I think that if it's not there, please tell us what's not there.
Yeah,
because in an ideal world, that guide should give all the answers.
The only answer which your participate give us as a clue is prefer TOT against TOT when you have current.
Yes, that's the truth.
This is the
But-
only clue give us.
Yeah.
But the others.
So nothing else.
But
Yes.
okay,
That's why I'm asking you.
let me understand one thing historically in
Find some
general.
other clues.
Which the methods was historically and mostly used in Greece? Time on time or time on distance?
Historically, depend. No. Back in 1997,
I'm talking about
Let's say last 10 years.
last 10 years,
about TOT, I think.
I'd say TOT.
It's time on time.
time
So
on time.
the answer is, if it is not broken, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Just use it.
Yes, but
That's the.
nobody knows if it's broken unless you discover it. If
Yes.
no one talks about that. That doesn't mean it's broken.
Well-
It maybe means that it doesn't know.
The thing is,
Yeah, it's-
if people are not happy,
Yeah, the people discover.
Yeah.
oh, if the people are happy,
That is
then
different.
yeah, why then
But for us as a committees, try to
You know,
search more.
That's
You
the.
are the source.
more happy?
You should know.
You know.
We are taking knowledge from you.
Okay,
I think
It's
that
an opportunity for us.
the
Yeah, okay.
questions like this asks for some analysis, And as I was saying yesterday, if you are if you're talking all the time about whether routing the forecast is not working, you should start from analysis. I'm not saying that when you do the analysis, you collect information. What you do with this information is another story. But you need to start somewhere. If you believe that you want to understand the difference between time on time and time on distance, do some tests with the round with the races that you did. And said, aha, we look with the time on distance, you know that this was on a high wind, on a low wind, this is better or this is, and do collect the data. And then you can make decision and understand yourself. It's not that we can immediately tell you. There is, as Panayotis say, it's no straightforward answer, use A on B. Otherwise, there will not be two options. There will be only one.
Exactly.
Yes, please.
And another one, please.
To ask you,
Yes.
put another parameter
Yes.
in our discussion. You're a coach. If you come in my position to organize a variety of races, because in Greece we calculate that we have over 800 races per year. And if you have a club and you must organize 10 races, the problem that I have for 20 years to make this job is to select the adequate committee. If the committee can do this job with these systems, it's okay. The complaints is when we try to put one of the tools that they give us, and we cannot, for example, exactly course, you must take, you are sure that you have the right angle, the right wind. This is the main problem. This is our problems. It's not the tools that they are good or not good. This is my opinion. Or it's fair or not fair. What tool you can use, and what tool is for? There is not for all the races.
Yes, but because the mean we are using during our sailing races is the wind, probably we should match the tools with the wind. Otherwise, something doesn't
Right, exactly.
do correct.
This is the ideal situation.
Yes.
Match.
We're trying for the ideal situation.
Right. So we are trying for the ideal situation. Okay. So let's define the ideal situation.
Like you said here on your front page, if there are currents, don't use TOT. Use TOT.
Okay.
This is a
right.
serious
let's define
proposal.
Okay, let's define the absolutely ideal situation, and if it is possible, right, have it. So the answer is, yeah, it is possible. We do it with our sea championships. What's the ideal situation? We got a race committee who knows exactly what it's doing. It's got enough mark layers to move the marks, right? So to make sure that the conditions are the same for all competitors. And if something goes wrong, or the way there's a 40-degree shift, then the race officer will say stop, no, abandon, right? This is what happens because he wants to make sure that the conditions are the same for all boats. So this is an ideal condition where you can say, right, okay, I'm gonna do constructed course, because apart from the race committee, I also have the tools, which is I know exactly coordinates of the marks. I know
Bearing,
the length. I know the wind strength and direction, the true wind direction throughout the race. So, and this requires a team of people working together. So we got all this. It's an ideal situation. We go for constructed course, windward, leeward, and what we get after this is people, which also, of course, there are very good crews, and so we got correct times, which in our championships,
I was showing in a seconds in the same time.
We get exactly the same corrected time, because boats but this takes, you understand, this is an ideal situation, right? But this is not well, the everyday thing or the every weekend thing that happens in, you know, usually in all countries apart from the championships. So, so hang on a
yes.
moment. Let me. So this is the, let's say, the ideal situation. Now, when we are in less ideal situations, we need to have some kind of compromise, right? For example, okay, starting with, well, we're not having a windward-leeward race. We're going from here to Hydra, for example, or back. So there's no way to
abandon the race.
well, to abandon the race, to make sure that all have the same conditions. No. Okay. So what tools do we have for that? And we have to decide. Okay. So this is where someone goes into before the race or when writing the notice of thinking, okay, what are the conditions in this place? What is that I am going to most probably face when I go to do the race? So this is local knowledge. You have to know, right? You say, we go from here to Hydra. If someone, drops from, I don't know, Germany here, who knows nothing, and says, he doesn't have a hint, he doesn't have a clue of what to use. But people who are here, they know. You know, for example, that, hey, this is Saronic Gulf, so if there isn't plenty of wind like today, then we have a problem, right? So time on distance or time on time? Well, maybe it's time on time here. This is the reason. Why? Because, hey, it's going to be not so, there is a good possibility when the day comes for the race, there's not going to be so much wind. On the other hand, yeah, when the time comes, because you write the notice of race like, I don't know, months before. So, but when the time comes, hey, you know what? Hey, unexpectedly, we got 20 knots, steady, all the way. Did we make a mistake? No. This is what less than ideal. Other thing. So in this case, you could say, hey, you know what? With this kind of wind, I could well do the race from here to Hydra using constructed course. Why? Well, because it was blowing from southwest
All the time.
all the time,
Steady.
about 17 to 20 knots, all the way to Hydra, 36 miles, right? Constructed course, of course. But how do you know this in advance? You don't. You don't know, and you cannot control it. This is the thing. So this is the reason that we have to make compromises and use something different. So then we go and say, okay, you know what? We're going to do WRS, weather routing, based on the forecast. And here then we have, again, we have to compromise. What's the compromise? We have a forecast, which here, yeah, if it's like this, the weather, well, I don't know what was the forecast yesterday, but, if like 5 forecasts say, it's going to be blowing 20 knots tomorrow, then you say, hey, yeah, this is no problem.
5, yeah.
But again, there are cases, we all know, that it was like all over the place. Why is it all over the place? Because the forecast was bad? No, it's not because the forecast was bad. It was, the forecast wasn't 100% correct. What does this mean? Okay. You don't have enough wind, for example. So the forecast knows there's not going to be enough wind. But the problem is that the forecast is wrong by, let's say, 1 or a couple of hours. What does this mean? That because to go from here to Hydra, you need like, I don't know, 4 hours, for example, 5 hours. But a 2-hour difference in the forecast makes things much, much different in relation to an offshore race, which is 200-mile longs. There, the forecast, 2 hours difference, no, don't make a difference. A 2-hour, error, let's say, in the forecast, they make no, but here they make a difference. So it's compromise again. So you say, okay, I have to think about something. What's it going to be, time on time or time on distance? Okay, as Zoran said, if we have conditions which are, close to, because if you say, I go for APH, time on distance, what does this mean? My boat gives to the other boat so many seconds, regardless of what's going to be blowing out there, right? So it's 1,000 seconds. I have to. So this, depending on the weather, may be favored or penalized, just depending on what's
luck.
going to be 3 months from now, because now I'm writing the notice of race and deciding what I'm going to use, right? And I'm bounded from my decision, because if I don't do this and say, hey guys, you know what? It wasn't blowing so much, so we'll go for time on time instead of time on distance, right? This makes sense. Of course it makes sense, but you have to explain this to the sailor who using time on distance, he's first, but if you go time on time, he's last, right?
But
So-
sorry, just a comment. Generally, when you compare the results, very probably you will not get the big difference between time on time and time on distance. I mean, definitely first and last, for sure. I mean, will not be, because on the end, the coefficient is taken from the same number.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the question of how much the delta is in and how much you may swap a couple of places. So this is it is not a problem. Whichever you choose, you are not making a mistake.
Don't bet. Sorry, you're not making a mistake anyway. But the thing that you might have huge differences is when, again, I said it yesterday, when there is no wind.
Yeah.
Imagine a situation. Okay, we start from here, and there is blowing something like 6-7 knots, going to either. Okay. And then, like 10 miles offshore, no wind. But stop. Okay, what happens is that it's like a new start. There, the initial decision of which scoring method to use, time on time or time on distance, plays a huge role. And also a huge role is what's going to blow next. So whether the fast boats will be able to, make up for the time they have lost because the slower boats came from behind using time on time. So because their time on time is like taximeter, right?
Yeah.
So, or if it's gonna be, again, for the faster boats, if it's gonna be blowing enough to make the time difference, right? This is one situation where you have the fast boats being like, wow, we have a problem here. So if it's time, and if there is a stop in the race and then they blows enough wind, then with time on distance, the fast boats will do it. If it's time on time, they have a problem. Vice versa, okay? If you have another situation where the wind starts,
The
and-
situation that he described can only be covered by weather routing if you had this properly in the forecast.
yes, if you have this properly in the forecast, exactly.
And that's then you are scoring the boat exactly as this problem of no wind. Even though the forecast with no wind also may be a problem, because the forecast says the wind will start blowing at 2 o'clock and start blowing at 4 o'clock or something. But
So-
in a principle, this is the only way that how you can cover this thing.
So the answer to your question is this. All these things that we said, which means that there is no definite answer. And this is the reason that we cannot put in the race management guide a single simple instruction saying, use this. It's not simple. It's complex, and it hugely depends on the conditions of everyday race, of local conditions, on everything. There is no single answer for that.
Another, I want to make, if you can, another clarification for the PCS for the scoring wind. If we have the highest scoring wind from the best boat, the dependent scoring wind for each boat.
What's going
can
on?
you please tell us in which cases
Okay.
can we use
Okay.
those two
Okay.
in different
Let's go-
cases?
Let's
Different
start,
cases.
as I was trying to say, yes. Let's go again to the ideal condition.
Yeah.
Let's say that we have a big fan here that we put on the sea, and switch off the fan, and the wind is blowing exactly 12 knots from the sun. You have the boats, and each boat has its own scoring wind. The first boat is the best sailed and has 12 knots, so he was 100% up to the potential. The second boat has 11, 10, and the last boat has 7 knots of wind. You knew that the wind was exactly the 12. Which wind you will use for the scoring?
The best.
The best. Because if you use
The highest.
because what we want to score the race with the conditions that were on the race. The wind in the normal conditions can go up and down, and we don't have the fan, but still we are saying that deciding the winning boat is deciding the wind. And we said this is the wind. Because if you use the number of 7 knots for the last boat, simply because of the
No, it depended when not the last boat.
Well,
that's
For every boat.
Yeah.
if used for every boat, you may have the simply penalize the boat because of the slope of the curve. Because one boat has slope like this, one boat has slope like this. And
let's hang on. Let's first or clarify or remind this thing. Whichever of the two possibilities are, the first boat will not change.
It's always winning.
It's always the same. The winner is the same. What may change is from the second position
To the
Probably, yes.
to the last. The first boat is the first boat. So, and this has to do with the, let's say, the method and the mathematics. What Zoran was saying that with the curve, yes, because as soon as you got the scoring wind for each boat, there are two possibilities. You go and do what is called a mathematical interpolation on the scoring curve of the boat, which is the constructed course, let's say. You do a mathematical interpolation using either his own implied wind, which the boat achieved actually, or the scoring wind of the first boat. You go there and you define there the handicap with which the actual corrected time is calculated. So, given that the input for this mathematical function is different, you get different results. That's all. And
So-
the argument that Zoran put there is, hey, what we actually want to handicap is the actual wind. So what we say, because this is the best thing we say at the moment, okay, we take the best wind achieved, which may not be, of course, the actual wind.
it's the average of actually.
It's the average of-
It's the way
Well,
how we determine the wind that
Well,
was there.
it may not be good because if the boats are not sailing well, I mean the first boat is sailing
Yeah.
not well, and the others are sailing worse, then the scoring wind will be lower, right? Because they are mediocre sailors, for example. So the scoring wind is less than the
Take
what you what you can see.
PCS ultimately on the end is a single number.
Yes.
So the results are you get the seconds per mile for each boat. You are getting this seconds per mile for the same wind for everyone.
Yes, and
Right, because-
additional to being also it is additional of being it's also time on distance.
TOD number.
TOD.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you need to use them on this in the same column. You cannot pick up one from here and one from here. If you are doing, let's say, individual inclined wind, that's the
So and then you will ask, since we now here have been saying with Zoran why you should use the implied wind, the scoring wind of the first boat, why the hell is the other
Yes.
the other
Yes,
well,
why the other exists.
Because I'll tell you what. Now, this discussion that we said and all these arguments were posed in the ITC several years ago, in fact. And the
2015
ITC at the time,
2015.
2015, right? And then the ITC said, "No, we changed what it is now because before it was like each
Only
boat with
implied
its
wind.
own implied wind, scoring wind. The ITC said, no, this is wrong. This is what we do. We use the winning boats scoring wind to calculate the correct.
There was
time
actually
for our
submission.
boats.
There was
a
submission.
submission.
Saying, guys, there is a wrong, because there was analysis and it was saying, first boat is the same, but look at this. These boats are changing the results simply because of the slope of the curve. How they it's not their fault basically, but this was affecting the results.
Yeah.
ITC studied and said this is
So
politically
exactly.
was
that.
exactly kept the old method again because of the preference, because of what I was saying before. Some countries, we are doing this all the time, we will not change it. We can agree or not agree, but here at least I can give you the answer which is better,
Yes.
better and which one is to use.
Exactly. So the other one, the second option, use the individual boats implied unit, which is not the default, is not to be used according to ORC, us here, the ITC. The other option is there because some countries.
The worst
pressed.
thing is that happened. I was in Australia and visiting the club, running how they are running the races, and I was helping them, also explaining everything, and they were using the RC scorer. And there is this option, use individual wind. And they said, oh, click on this. And I asked them, but why you click on this? I don't know. This was kind of something on implied wind. I thought that I should click on it. I mean, then I explained everything. So this is the worst thing, that when you don't know and, you know.
Just want to mention something from my experience. Not a question, it's part of the discussion that we're making. Especially in leeward races, by changing the wind of the first boat, if this first boat will make a super duper race, because we are talking for a close environment, veering, heading, everything there, and the wind is 12 knots, as Zoran said. If this boat will make a perfect race, find all the shifts, and will be able to sail the course much faster than he was supposed to be, the wind increased to 60 knots. Okay, the wind increased to 60 knots in the paper because he beat the performance.
Well, no, this
happens.
Then there's probably some other problem. As
some
I
other
said,
problem.
If
There
you
is-
have
in the past, there were several races that we were racing with 12 knots. We were watching the number of the first boat, and it wasn't 12, it was 16.
It's
it was 18.
no. If this happens, there is some kind
Of
of
mistake.
mistake. I mean, okay, when we're leeward race, okay, we say that the race committee says, you know what, is blowing 12 knots, and I'm doing the scoring, and I got the first boat with 12.5. I say, okay, I mean,
That's normal.
reasonable,
That's normal.
normal.
12, even 13, you
Even
accept.
13, you say, okay.
Okay.
I mean, anyway, what the race committee is saying, just a
feeling, just not to
estimation.
measure.
It's not like
Everything above,
so.
say,
But if
20% is
well,
something wrong.
something looks wrong. So the race committee says 12. I say get 14, for example. I get 15. I say, oh, stop. There's something wrong here. What's wrong? Maybe most of the times it's like something having to do with the distance. So having like a wrong coordinate.
Or
so
missing
the distance,
missing the starting time. It
or
happens.
missing the starting time.
Okay.
for 5
Okay,
minutes.
so
You know,
there is something going wrong there, for sure.
Can I make suggestion? Because sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't. Suggestion from me, for the races at least that you are making, let us know.
The scoring
the
win.
scoring win.
Yeah.
I think that the scoring win should be.
Yeah, this is the
should be
thing we have
printed and
been.
it's-
We were doing that in the
Yeah.
past, and then we stopped. After that
Okay,
meeting,
let me say
then
this.
we have known these kind of things.
There is already a decision. We have been discussing it that by default, the scoring win, which is the scoring win of the first boat, in fact,
Yes.
Yeah,
will
only-
be published.
Will be published.
This is the idea.
Okay.
So that's the idea. So and then of course we may have the scoring win for each boat, but
No, but I think that just the first one. It's
yeah, which is
with the
important
courses,
because
yeah.
so you know what, all the results have been decided
sorry.
using this scoring win.
sorry.
I'm sorry to cut you in the middle. We can use this area as much as we want. I just wanted, because I have to step out for a little while, I'd like to first ask everyone and say to everyone that we are very, very touched because I know that a lot of you have come from very far just to be here. We are very happy and very honored to have everyone. And this is because this is part of what a club's supposed to do. It's supposed to have people here to enjoy themselves, fight, have arguments, and get better. And I'd like to once more ask everyone to give a huge round of applause to themselves and to the ORC for being here. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Mhm. Well, it's going to be anyway. It's going to be for the first boat. It's going to be part of the ORC scorer anyway.
Just to be printed somewhere.
Yeah, be printed. Yeah, it will be printed for sure. So yeah, we may put it in the national prescriptions anyway. Okay. So
What else?
any other question?
The last one, the same. When we use PCS and we have a way on our boat when we are traveling. So maybe we have a wind of 20 knots. The client goes to 12. Happened. Can we manually put because the bit probably doesn't.
Yes,
Make it
Yeah.
there is.
Can we instead the race committee answer the paragraph point where
Yes,
it says
yes,
put it
absolutely.
manually?
Yes. As said, first of all, if you have the different scoring wind, double check everything. Very probably you may have some, maybe it's a course construction, maybe it's a starting time. If you are 100% sure, maybe it's affected, I don't know, by the current or something. But rule allows you. If you see, okay, I will score this with this wind because this is what is
Yeah,
what
but
is required.
before you do something, check what is wrong.
Of course.
Yes,
Of
yes,
course.
it's
Of course.
because most of the times, and at least according to my experience, having scored, I don't know, many races in our championships and elsewhere, windward, leeward, or constructed course, and having done in the past many mistakes, also in my experience, right? The thing is that if there is something which is looks wrong, it's funny, then it's some kind of mistake. You have to remember this. For PCS, there are some, let's say, governing factors. The first governing factor is the polars of the boat. So the accuracy of the VPP, which in turn is affected by the accuracy of the measurements. So if the boat is not measured accurately, then we have a problem, which may be favor or penalize the boat, depending on the situation. That's one factor. The other factor is how accurate or close to the reality is the situation described in the course construction. So if this is not okay, then we have a problem, which means, and in this case, for races that are not long, and by definition, a PCS race is not a long race, right? It's not from here to either.
Yeah.
No way. Okay, it's windward, leeward. It's like a triangle. It's coastal from here to there. That's it. So, if there is something wrong, then most of the times it has to do with the distance. So check the distance carefully. Check it again, check it again. The coordinates, the mark layers. If there is a mark layer, they are transmitting the positions of the marks. Ask again. Sure, if you're doing a windward leeward race, you need the coordinates of the marks, put them on the map so you can see. Because if there is a typo error of whoever provided the coordinates or yourself who is doing the scoring, and you cannot see it if you don't see it on the map. And then you're lost. You have to see it on the map. These are...
So the reason for not using PCS
in a long distance or a long time races, probably the fleet
Will go in different. Yes.
Yes.
Everyone will go in some condition.
Yes, exactly. Is that you cannot guarantee the same conditions for each boat. This is yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Yes, yes.
I guess probably this question has to do with you. Is there any thoughts about having a simply application to work with the results because the environment of a laptop?
Yes. There is a plan for a project maybe this year. The first project, as I was saying, that is the tool that will calculate the corrected times during the race. That you will know where you are staying while racing.
Okay.
For long distance and for PCS. The next is maybe do some update simplification or something for the yes, yeah,
Someone
yeah,
will buy the application.
yeah. There is this is on the agenda.
And also we get valuable data,
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
which is also important.
It's not very easy to have all the time someone downstairs checking the laptop.
No, it's of course not. Additionally, there is a project which is, depends on our resources, which is making the ORC scorer online instead of having it as a desktop application. So be able to use it with a browser, no need to install anything, or even with a mobile phone, a tablet, or something. Any other question?
No.
Okay, so
Thank you all.
Thank you all from our side.
I think it was good.
Thank you all for being here, bearing with us. We had a good time, for sure.
Thanks for everything.
Thank you.